Hello, travelers. Professor GreyTail here. I know that you have already learned much about our magical world, where good and evil intertwine their wands in an eternal dance. But I am certain I can still surprise you. Night had settled over Hogwarts, soft and silvery, as though the moon itself had drawn a veil across the ancient castle. Most students slept deeply in their dormitories, unaware that a strange and silent trouble had crept into the world beyond their windows. Far from the warmth of torchlit halls, in the tangled shadows of the forbidden forest, something unnatural had begun to grow. It started with a tremor of magic, small, sharp, and cold, felt only by the creatures who made their home among the twisted oaks. The forest, usually restless with life, quieted. Birds abandoned their nests. Even the centaurs kept their distance from one lonely clearing where the earth had begun to wither outward in the shape of spreading rings. At the center lay a single flower, pale and sealed like a clenched fist, its stem black as scorched iron, a barren blossom. Such a plant did not belong in Britain, nor should it have been able to sprout in any forest touched by healthy magic. And yet, it lay there, as though planted by a hand that knew exactly how to hide a secret. Albus Dumbledore noticed the disturbance at once. He felt it during a quiet evening in his office, a faint prickle beneath the wards surrounding the school. His expression tightened, not with fear, but with the calm understanding that something delicate and dangerous had been set in motion. Without delay, he sent a message to the one wizard who, in his opinion, possessed both the knowledge and the temperament to face it. Severus Snape received the summons after hours, just as he was preparing to retreat into the solitude of his dungeon office. He did not appreciate interruptions at the end of the day. His patience for them was already worn thin by the chatter of students who never managed to remember the difference between asphodel root and wormwood. Still, when the headmaster called, he came. Dumbledore wasted no time. He explained the disturbance in a grave, steady voice, and Snape listened with sharpened attention. A plant that drained magic? A blossom that should not grow? An enchantment woven into its petals? Snape felt a familiar tightening in his chest, a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. Someone had tampered with forces that were not meant to be touched lightly. Someone skilled. Someone who might be hoping the forest would swallow their work unobserved. The headmaster requested Snape's help. Snape accepted, though not without a sour remark about the incompetence of those who tampered with magical flora beyond their understanding. Beneath his irritation, however, he felt a tug of unease. Matters concerning dark herbology were never simple. They always left traces, and rarely ones that faded harmlessly. He left the castle that same night, cloak sweeping behind him as he crossed the dew-heavy grounds. The sky was clear, stars glimmering faintly above the treetops, as though watching the forest hold its breath. Snape moved forward with caution, wand drawn, trusting neither silence nor shadow. He had walked the edge of the forbidden forest many times, but tonight he sensed something different. The faint pulse of magic, not quite alive yet not completely dead. It was wrong, utterly wrong, and it drew him inward until he reached the clearing where the earth had begun its unnatural decay. There it stood, the barren blossom. Even closed, the flower exuded a coldness that seeped into the soil. Snape felt the air tremble as if the forest itself recoiled. He knelt beside the strange bloom, studying the way its energy clung to the ground with a parasitic hunger. Someone had cast a layered enchantment upon it, potent, deliberate. But for what purpose? Snape reached to brush the surface of the stem, his wand tip hovering inches above it, just enough to pull a single thread of magical essence for study. The thread resisted extraction, clinging like a creature unwilling to be disturbed. It snapped free with a sharp pulse. At that exact moment, a twig cracked. Snape whirled instantly, wand raised, cloak twisting like a shadow torn loose from the night. His eyes narrowed at the edge of the clearing, where a small figure stood trembling beside a tree. A student, a Hufflepuff, to judge by the yellow and black trim barely visible beneath the moonlight. Mud smeared the student's robes, and fear widened their eyes, but they remained upright, which meant they had survived standing near the blossom. "How long?" Snape hissed. "Have you been here?" The student stammered, pointing shakily at the flower. Professor, I didn't mean to. I found it by accident, and when I tried to leave, the ground felt strange, as though something wanted me to stay." Snape's expression darkened. The enchantment had already begun to exert influence. This was no mere curiosity. It was a threat, and the forest was only its first victim. Snape turned back toward the blossom, already understanding that this investigation would be far more intricate and far more perilous than Dumbledore had suggested. Whatever hidden hand had planted the cursed flower had not intended it to be discovered easily, nor destroyed. The night seemed to grow colder as Snape rose to his feet, the barren blossom glimmering faintly behind him like a silent warning of things yet to come. Professor Snape did not trust the forest's silence. It hung too heavily, as though every tree listened with bated breath, waiting for something to unfold. The trembling Hufflepuff student, young, wide-eyed, and utterly foolish, stood frozen behind him, hardly daring to breathe as Snape surveyed the clearing once more. The barren blossom pulsed faintly, its sealed petals tightening like a clenched hand around an unseen secret. Snape felt the magic coil beneath it, restless and sharp. "Show me exactly where you entered," he said, voice low and edged like a drawn blade. The student obeyed without protest, pointing toward a narrow path half choked with brush. Snape noted the footprints, only one set, stumbling, uneven, suggesting panic even before the clearing had been reached. Good. No accomplices then, at least none foolish enough to step into the open. "What possessed you to wander into this forest alone?" Snape asked. It was not curiosity but necessity. Carelessness had a habit of uncovering dangers others worked hard to bury. "I heard something," the student whispered, a sort of humming, soft, like it was calling. Snape stiffened. A summoning enchantment, subtle, woven beneath the visible magic, designed to lure the curious, the unsuspecting. That alone revealed the spellcaster's intent. Someone wanted witnesses, someone wanted the blossom found, or someone wanted to feed it. He turned back toward the strange flower. Its black stem gleamed with a faint metallic sheen. Frost-like patterns etched the soil around it, spiraling outward in unnatural rings. Snape crouched again, murmuring a spell under his breath. Pale blue sparks drifted from his wand and traced the contours of the enchantment, outlining a complex weave of runes threaded through the blossom's core. It was no work of a novice. Whoever cast this enchantment possessed knowledge older than most textbooks dared record. "Professor?" the student ventured timidly. "Should we leave?" Snape's answer was immediate. "No, not yet." He rose, cloak sweeping the ground like a dark tide. The forest pressed close around them, branches creaking overhead. He could sense the magic shifting, as though aware of his intrusion, and the thought stirred both irritation and determination within him. He needed another set of expert eyes on this matter, someone who understood ancient woodland enchantments, and someone who could help keep a panicked Hufflepuff alive for more than 5 minutes. When he and the student returned to Hogwarts, dawn was only a pale whisper on the horizon. The castle loomed above them, its windows still dim, its stones cold with the hour's lingering chill. Snape wasted no time. He sent the student to the hospital wing for examination. Madame Pomfrey would detect even the faintest trace of magical drain, and then strode to the Transfiguration classroom. Professor McGonagall was already awake. She stood beside her desk, wand tip glowing as she reviewed a set of enchanted diagrams. Her sharp eyes immediately noted Snape's presence, and the tension coiled beneath his usually impassive expression. "What has happened?" she asked. Snape recounted the night's discovery with precise brevity: the clearing, the enchantment, the barren blossom, the summoning lure. McGonagall listened without interruption, her jaw tightening. "That plant does not belong anywhere near this forest," she said sternly. "It was considered extinct in Britain before Hogwarts was founded." "Evidently," Snape replied. "Someone has seen fit to challenge history." McGonagall frowned. "You suspect dark herbology?" "I suspect intent," Snape corrected. "The enchantment was not cast to kill indiscriminately. It was laid with purpose, and the blossom is still dormant. Whatever its creator wants has not yet begun." Her gaze sharpened. "You believe it is waiting?" Snape nodded once. "Yes, and I intend to know what it is waiting for." The two professors left the castle together, moving swiftly across the grounds. McGonagall's presence steadied the air around them. Where Snape brought a keen, slicing certainty, she carried a quiet, unyielding strength. As they approached the forest edge, the wind shifted, carrying the faintest trace of metallic cold. Snape halted. The clearing had changed. What earlier had been a still, unmoving patch of tainted earth now pulsed softly, almost like a heartbeat. The barren blossom remained closed, but faint silver veins now traced the surface of its petals. The enchantment had strengthened since he last saw it, feeding on something he had not yet identified. McGonagall drew a sharp breath. "That is no natural progression." "No," Snape said quietly. "It is reacting." "To what?" Snape did not answer. He stepped closer, wand raised, and cast a diagnostic charm. Runes flared across the blossom, brighter than before, weaving symbols he recognized from a branch of magic seldom practiced since the days of medieval apothecaries. This was meant to bind memories. The realization struck him like a physical blow. Memory-binding enchantments required a host, someone with potent mental defenses, someone who had lived through both darkness and discipline, someone like Severus Snape. "Minerva," he said slowly, "I believe the enchantment is keyed to a specific mind." She stared at him. "Whose?" Before Snape could answer, the blossom trembled. A low, resonant hum rippled through the clearing, rising until the very air quivered. Light burst from the sealed petals, silver, cold, and impossibly bright. The ground shuddered, forcing McGonagall back a step. Snape held his place, though every instinct warned him to retreat. The blossom's surface cracked. A line of blinding white split its center, and from that fissure, something began to emerge. A phantom shape forming from light and smoke, twisting into a figure Snape recognized instantly, though dread clenched his heart like a cruel hand. It was a shadow from his past, a memory given form, a trap designed for one purpose: to weaken him long before the true threat revealed itself. The forest braced around them as the phantom opened its eyes. The phantom stepped from the heart of the blossom with the sound of rustling frost, its shape shimmering as though woven from moonlight and smoke. Though no face had yet settled upon the figure, Snape knew at once what memory the enchantment sought to force upon him. A ripple of old bitterness stirred, the echo of choices once made, of shadows that clung to him like a second skin. The forest seemed to bow away from the specter, its branches creaking under a wind that did not truly exist. McGonagall's wand leapt into her hand. "Severus, what is that thing?" "A conjured revenant," Snape answered, voice low. "Drawn from memory, mine." The phantom shifted, edges sharpening, until it took on a human outline, tall, cloaked, and unmistakably familiar. A face emerged beneath the hood, pale and sharp, framed by dark strands of shadow that imitated hair. Not a living man, but a memory of one. A figure Snape had once followed, feared, and ultimately betrayed for reasons the forest could never understand. But the blossom understood. It sought weakness, and it thought it had found one. The figure raised its head, though its lips never parted. A voice echoed across the clearing, cold as the ground beneath the blossom. "Severus Snape." McGonagall stiffened, her eyes widening. "Impossible." Snape did not flinch. "It is not him. It is only a reflection. Nothing more." The revenant stepped forward. Its form flickered, growing more solid with every movement, feeding upon the magic leaking from the corrupted soil. Snape sensed the enchantment behind it, intricate and cruel, designed not merely to frighten, but to bind. If he allowed the memory to take hold, it would entrap his magic, trap his mind, ensnare him until he could no longer resist the blossom's deeper spell. Snape raised his wand. "Stay back," he warned McGonagall. "It was crafted for me. It will ignore you." The phantom extended a hand, fingers trailing silver threads of enchantment. The threads curled toward Snape, like tendrils seeking a host. "Do you think you can escape your past?" the phantom murmured, its voice now steady, eerily calm. Snape did not allow the words to sink in. He snapped his wand downward, releasing a cutting charm that tore through the misty appendages. The phantom staggered, but did not fall. Instead, it straightened slowly, as though amused. "It feeds on recognition," Snape muttered. "Do not acknowledge it." McGonagall tightened her grip on her wand. "Then end it." Snape nodded once and began shaping a counter-curse, a complex sequence of movements meant to unravel conjured memories. But the moment the final gesture took form, the revenant surged forward with unnatural speed. Snape leapt aside just as the phantom's hand carved a seam of freezing magic through the air where he had stood. McGonagall struck next. A jet of golden light shot from her wand, slicing through the revenant's torso. It flickered, fractured, but as soon as the light faded, its form re-knit, as though the spell had only fueled it further. "It is drawing from the blossom," McGonagall exclaimed. Snape's thoughts raced. The blossom had awakened, its cracks now glowing with fierce white light. The veins across its petals pulsed, each throb sending a wave of power into the phantom. It was no longer simply a trap. It was becoming a weapon. "Minerva," Snape said sharply, "shield the perimeter. Prevent the magic from spreading." She obeyed without hesitation, weaving protective wards around the clearing's edge. The forest trembled as her enchantment settled, barriers of shimmering gold that sealed the phantom within. Snape faced the revenant again, its eyes cold, hollow imitations of a gaze he once feared. locked on him. "You cannot bury what you were," it whispered. Snape answered with a spell that rang like iron. Frangere Memoriam. The air split with a crack as the curse collided with the revenant. The phantom's shape twisted violently, dissolving into fragments of light. But again the blossom pulsed, and the shards pulled back together. It could not be defeated while the flower sustained it. Snape clenched his teeth. The enchantment binding the blossom was ancient. He could sense layers beneath layers, some meant to mask the caster's identity, others to deepen the trap with each attempt to resist. The magic was coiled around the blossom like venomous roots, feeding the phantom more with every heartbeat. He did not have much time. "Minerva!" he called. "We must sever its connection to the blossom." She threw him a sharp look. "How?" Snape moved toward the center of the clearing, dodging a wave of spectral frost hurled by the revenant. "I need you to distract it." McGonagall did not argue. She stepped forward with the calm authority that had steered generations of students, unleashing spell after spell, bright bolts of magic that cracked across the revenant's form, slowing its advance. Each strike staggered the phantom, though none could destroy it. Snape knelt beside the blossom. Light pulsed beneath its petals, rhythm steady as a heartbeat. He pressed his wand tip against the soil and whispered an incantation older than Hogwarts itself. The ground shuddered. Runes buried deep beneath the blossom flared to life, spiraling outward in a circle of pale silver. Snape felt their resonance, tight, precise, woven with a signature he recognized from old school records, though the name eluded him. A former student, one with talent but lacking discipline, someone expelled long ago. The revelation chilled him. Before he could pursue the thought further, the revenant broke free from McGonagall's barrage and lunged toward him. Snape barely rolled aside before its arm plunged into the earth where his chest had been. The ground froze instantly, frost rippling outward in jagged veins. McGonagall's voice rang through the clearing. "Severus!" Snape rose, breath sharp, face pale with determination. "I am not finished." The blossom pulsed again, brighter now, urgent, as though sensing danger. Snape raised his wand overhead and struck downward, channeling a burst of anti-binding magic directly into the runes below. A crack tore through the clearing. The revenant shrieked, not with a human voice, but with the jagged howl of a memory torn loose from its anchor. Its form flickered wildly, limbs distorting, cloak dissolving into ribbons of ghostlight. For the first time, it faltered. Snape drew a breath and prepared the final severing spell, but before he could release it, the blossom did something neither he nor McGonagall expected. It opened, wide, fully. A surge of magic blasted outward, white, blinding, and alive. The revenant disappeared into the radiance, and Snape felt the forest itself recoil as something far more dangerous stirred within the heart of the awakened flower. The blast of light washed across the clearing with the force of a breaking storm, sweeping through the trees, rattling branches, and sending coils of pale mist spiraling upward like fleeing spirits. Snape shielded his eyes with one arm, teeth clenched against the rising hum that throbbed through the air. McGonagall staggered back a step, her boots skidding across the frost-rimmed earth, though she held her wand aloft even as the radiance swallowed the shadows. When the brilliance dimmed at last, the forest lay trembling in its wake. A ring of scorched soil spread outward from the heart of the clearing, and where the revenant had stood moments before, there was nothing. No trace of the phantom's shadow, no echo of its voice. Only drifting shreds of spectral mist remained, dissolving into the air like torn remnants of memory. But the blossom had changed. What had once been a small, sealed bud was now unfurled into a great pale bloom, its petals as wide as a cauldron lid, each streaked with thin veins of silver that pulsed as though carrying a heartbeat of their own. The center of the flower glowed faintly, as though a small shard of moonlight had been trapped within. The air around it quivered, disturbed, alive. McGonagall exhaled softly. Merlin's beard? Snape stepped forward, his gaze tightened, cold and calculating. It has awakened. The open blossom radiated an aura unlike anything Snape had encountered in the forest before, a mixture of enchantment and something older, deeper, as though the magic had seeped into the roots of the earth itself. It was no longer merely feeding on the forest. It was listening, and it was searching for something. McGonagall joined him at the edge of the scorched ring. Your counter curse weakened the revenant, but this transformation, was it meant to happen? No, Snape murmured. Not yet. The awakening was forced by our interference. The enchantment was premature but powerful enough to withstand it. McGonagall's brow furrowed. Then whoever planted it misjudged the timing. Or anticipated we would accelerate it. Snape's eyes narrowed. A plan layered with contingencies is far more dangerous than a straightforward trap. The blossom's petals trembled faintly, as though reacting to their presence. Snape felt a thin hum echo in his bones, a resonance he recognized from old records, dusty notes scribbled in the margins of forbidden herbology texts. This was a spell rooted in memory itself, one that sought to draw forth and reflect the deepest echoes of a wizard's mind, which meant its awakening had not ended the danger. It had merely begun the next phase. A whisper rose from the center of the blossom, soft, wavering, like the faint cry of a distant voice struggling to reach them. McGonagall stiffened, wand raised. Do you hear that? Snape listened. The whisper grew, forming fragments of sound that curled into something nearly recognizable. Not a word, not yet, but a tone, familiar, unsettling. It is mimicking, Snape said quietly, drawing from the remnants of the revenant, a memory's residue. Then it truly was tied to you, she murmured. Before Snape could respond, the whisper sharpened. A faint image flickered above the blossom, blurred at first, shifting like smoke caught in the wind. It swirled, coalesced, dissolved again. The enchantment strained, reaching for a shape it had not fully captured before being torn apart. Snape stepped back. It is attempting to reconstruct the revenant. McGonagall's eyes widened. From nothing? From me, Snape said, his voice low and steady, and from whatever residue the spell siphoned before the phantom dispersed. The image flickered once more, but this time something else emerged alongside it. Another shape, smaller, dimmer, as though a second memory had been drawn into the awakening. Snape felt a cold twist in his chest. He did not recognize the figure, yet it hovered there with the fragile weight of something familiar. Not a memory of his, he realized, a memory of the forest. Suddenly, the blossom shuddered. A pulse of energy radiated outward, sweeping across the ground until it reached the tree line. The magic crawled up trunks, seeped into branches, and the forest reacted at once. Leaves rustled violently despite the still air. A mournful groan rose from the depths of the woods, as though the ancient trees themselves had been disturbed from a restless slumber. McGonagall placed a steady hand on Snape's arm. We cannot leave this unchecked, not even for an hour. Snape nodded. I must determine the source of the spell. Until then, any attempt to destroy the blossom will only strengthen it. Then what do we do now? We contain it. With a swift movement, Snape carved a circle into the ground with the tip of his wand. Vines of dark magic burst upward, twisting into a cage of shadow around the blossom. But the moment they touched the glowing petals, the vines withered instantly, crumbling into ash. Snape's jaw tightened. It is shielded against constrictive spells. Try a warding barrier, McGonagall offered. Together, they cast a net of shimmering runes over the blossom. The symbols glowed briefly, hovering like starlight, before fading, one by one, snuffed out as though consumed. McGonagall's voice grew grim. Whoever enchanted this flower, they anticipated countermeasures. Indeed. Snape straightened, thoughtful. Which means they understand our methods. Or used to. The unspoken meaning passed between them. Someone with knowledge of Hogwarts. Someone with training, skill, and a willingness to twist magical flora into weapons. A former student seemed increasingly likely. The blossom pulsed again, sending a faint ripple through the soil. Snape knelt, running his fingers lightly above the surface. He felt the magic branching outward in thin lines, like roots made of cold light, searching for something, feeding on what little they found. "This spell is incomplete," he said. "It is still gathering power, extending its reach. The forest cannot sustain this. Eventually it will begin to drain the magic of Hogwarts itself." McGonagall's expression hardened. "Then we have little time." Snape rose. "We must uncover who planted it and why. Until then, we watch, we study, and we weaken it where we can." The wind stirred at last, carrying with it the scent of damp leaves and distant rain. Yet beneath those natural smells lingered a trace of something foreign and metallic, something that did not belong. Snape turned once more toward the blossom. Its center glowed faintly, as though an unseen eye had opened within, observing him with quiet calculation. Whatever mind lay behind its creation, it was not finished with Severus Snape. And the forest whispered with warning as night approached once more. Night descended upon the forest once more, but it did not bring the peaceful silence that usually cloaked the ancient trees. Instead, an uneasy tension clung to the branches, as if every living creature sensed the pulse of foreign magic radiating from the awakened blossom. Even the stars seemed dimmer, veiled behind thin, drifting clouds that sank low over Hogwarts. Snape returned to the clearing before dawn, his cloak whispering like a restless shadow over the ground. He had not slept. His thoughts had circled endlessly through the night, threading together scraps of old records, forgotten expulsions, rumors whispered years ago by students who believed themselves unnoticed. A name hovered just beyond memory, one he could not yet grasp, though the blossom's enchantment bore unmistakable hints of its author. As he stepped into the clearing, the blossom stirred. Its silver-veined petals quivered softly, glowing with pale luminescence that made the surrounding frost shimmer like powdered starlight. Snape felt the magic coil toward him, drawn to the familiar pattern of his presence, as though the spell considered him a missing component. He did not approach immediately. He let the flower settle, observing the faint threads of light that drifted from its center into the soil like probing tendrils. The forest around him remained still, too still. He took a slow breath and began tracing the remnants of the runes he had uncovered the previous night. Some had faded with the blast of awakening, while others had deepened, etched more sharply into the earth, as though the spell was rewriting itself beneath the surface. That alone troubled him more than he wished to admit. A spell that evolved without direct guidance was rare, dangerous, and unmistakably intentional. Footsteps approached behind him, soft, measured. McGonagall entered the clearing, her robe hem glinting with dew, her expression grave but composed. "It is worse today," she said, studying the blossom with wary eyes. "It is stabilizing," Snape answered. "The awakening nearly shattered its core, but it is rebuilding its structure more quickly than I expected." "That confirms your suspicion, then?" "Yes." He straightened. The caster knew this enchantment well. It is not improvised. It is an artifact of knowledge passed down deliberately, likely practiced long before the blossom was planted. McGonagall folded her arms. "Have you determined why it chose to reflect that revenant yesterday?" Snape's jaw stiffened. "The spell searches for a memory or emotion of sufficient strength to anchor a manifestation. Last night, my resistance fractured its initial construct. Now it must choose another form." "Another?" Her voice sharpened. "Then we may face more than one apparition?" Snape did not answer. The blossom itself answered for him. A low hum rose from its center, a trembling resonance that sank into the ground, sending ripples through the frost. The glow within the petals brightened, pulsing with deliberate rhythm. Something was gathering strength beneath the bloom, as though drawing breath. McGonagall stepped back. "It is reacting to us." "No," Snape murmured. "It is listening." Light swirled within the blossom's heart, twisting into faint shapes. Not human this time, but fragmented impressions. Branches, hooves, flickering torchlight, a blur of movement. The images spun like scattered glass, forming and dissolving before either could interpret them. Snape knelt, wand poised. "It is drawing from another memory now, not mine. This one is from the forest." "From which creature?" McGonagall asked. "Any that passed near it since its planting. Perhaps many." The swirling fragments suddenly sharpened into a single vision, a clearing deep in the forest, lit by a faint fire. Figures moved within the image, indistinct, robed, their faces hidden by hoods. One raised a wand. A spark of pale light struck the ground, and the barren blossom appeared in the vision, its unopened bud planted like a seed of ill omen. Snape's breath caught. The enchantment had recorded the act. McGonagall leaned closer, eyes narrowing. "Can you see their face?" "Not clearly," Snape murmured. "The magic obscures it, but the height, the posture, the wand movement." He frowned. Something about the caster's stance tugged at his memory, an echo from years long past. A student once talented in herbology spells, gifted beyond their age, but reckless, unrestrained. A student expelled before their 6th year after a failed experiment nearly poisoned half a greenhouse. He could almost recall the name. Almost. Before the image could resolve further, the blossom shuddered. The vision collapsed into a burst of white, scattering like snow in a sudden wind. The petals snapped shut with a brittle tremor. Snape stood at once, wand raised. "It is shifting again." "What does that mean?" McGonagall asked. "That another form is coming. Prepare yourself." The ground beneath the blossom cracked. Thin lines of silver spread outward in a web, glowing brighter with each heartbeat. The air thickened, humming with gathering magic. Snape and McGonagall stepped apart, forming a protective arc as the blossom pulsed once, twice, and then exploded with a soft, blinding radiance. A swirl of mist rose from its heart, spiraling upward before condensing into a shape. This time the figure was small, no taller than a child, and trembling. Its form flickered, weak, as though torn from a memory that resisted being summoned. McGonagall inhaled sharply. That is no phantom of yours." "No," Snape said, voice tight. "It is from the forest's recollection, likely the first creature that encountered the planted bud." The small figure lifted its head, its features sharpened gradually, like a sketch gaining detail. Large dark eyes, antlers, a trembling, delicate frame, a young deer. But the enchantment twisted the gentle creature into something ghostly and wrong. It stared at them through hollow eyes, head tilted as though confused by its own form. Then its legs buckled, and it released a haunting cry that echoed through the clearing. McGonagall clasped a hand to her mouth. "It is suffering." Snape stepped forward, heart tightening against his will. This is the residue of its final moments. The blossom consumed its magic to awaken. The apparition's cry deepened into a wail of pain. The petals pulsed violently, sensing weakness, feeding upon the lingering memory. "We must free it," McGonagall urged. Snape raised his wand. The deer's spectral form staggered, fading already. A simple banishing charm would not suffice. He needed a spell that parted memory from enchantment. He murmured an incantation, voice steady as the wind stirred around him. The tip of his wand glowed with a soft, verdant light, gentle enough not to harm the apparition, strong enough to cut through the blossom's grasp. "Release," Snape whispered. A shimmer flowed from his spell, enveloping the deer. Its trembling ceased. For a moment, its eyes softened, peaceful, grateful. Then it dissolved into particles of silver light, drifting upward until the forest claimed them. The blossom thrashed violently, its petals snapping open and shut in fury. McGonagall exhaled. "You weakened it." Snape did not look away from the flower. "I disrupted its feeding cycle, but it will adapt. It will seek another anchor." The wind shifted, carrying the scent of approaching rain. "We must find the caster," Snape said, "before this enchantment finds a way to feed on Hogwarts itself." And somewhere deep within the forest, as though answering his vow, a distant echo stirred, a sound neither natural nor kind, threading through the trees like the whisper of a returning past. The sky darkened long before evening should have fallen, smudged with a gray that hung low and heavy over the treetops. Rain had not yet come, but the forest felt thick with its promise, a dense, breathless quiet that pressed upon the earth. Snape moved through the undergrowth with a purpose sharpened by the events of the morning. McGonagall followed close behind, her expression grave, her wand drawn as though expecting danger with each step. They had left the blossom behind, stabilizing it with temporary enchantments, wards that would slow its next outburst but not prevent it. Snape knew it would not remain dormant for long. The forest pulsed with the residue of its awakening, and though he concealed his unease, he felt the magic stirring beneath his boots with every stride. "We cannot keep returning to the clearing without answers," McGonagall said softly as they reached a fork in the forest path. "That spell grows stronger with each passing hour, which is precisely why we cannot waste time," Snape replied. "The caster could not have planted the blossom without leaving traces. They had to enter the forest, cast the ritual, and anchor the roots. There will be remnants of their magic somewhere nearby." McGonagall hesitated, glancing toward the deeper, darker stretch of trees. "The centaurs have been uneasy. They sense the disturbance as surely as we do. They may not welcome our presence." Snape's cloak brushed against a nest of damp leaves as he stepped forward. "I am not here to disturb their affairs. I require information, nothing more. And if they refuse to give it," Snape's tone cooled, "then we shall search without their aid." The path narrowed as they walked, branches arching overhead to form a canopy so dense that the forest floor dimmed as though swallowed by twilight. The air carried the scent of moss, wet bark, and the faint metallic tang that had lingered since the blossom awakened. Snape followed it like a trail, sensing its origin deeper within the forest. At last, they reached a glade, a small break among the trees, littered with fallen leaves and marked by hoofprints in the soil. The ground here felt taut with tension, as if a great weight had settled upon it. Snape crouched, brushing his fingers lightly over a series of indentations. "Centaurs," McGonagall murmured. "But not recent," Snape corrected. "These tracks are from last night." A rustle swept through the branches, and both professors turned sharply. A centaur emerged from the shadows, tall, silver-coated, with dark braids woven through his mane. His eyes, ancient and assessing, fixed upon them with a guarded calm. "Professor Snape, Professor McGonagall," he said, voice low as rolling thunder. "Firenze," McGonagall greeted cautiously. "We seek counsel." The centaur's gaze drifted toward the direction of the clearing, where the blossom lay hidden. "The forest whispers of a wound," he said. "A wound planted by human hands." Snape stepped forward. "Do you know who caused it?" "Knowledge and certainty are not the same," Firenze replied. "But the stars gave warning. A shadow returned to the woods, a presence not felt for many years." Snape's eyes sharpened. "A former student of Hogwarts?" Firenze inclined his head slightly, though his expression remained unreadable. "The one who planted this corruption is marked by ambition twisted inward. They sought power in places wisdom did not reach. Their path diverged from yours long ago." "Then you know their identity?" Snape pressed. "I know their nature," Firenze corrected gently. "Names are constructs of humans. Intent is what the forest remembers." Snape suppressed a frustrated breath. "Intent will not allow us to stop them." Firenze's gaze intensified. "The blossom has rooted itself deeply. If it awakens fully, it will not merely mirror memory, it will consume it. All that the forest has known, all that Hogwarts has guarded, will become fodder for its hunger." McGonagall stiffened. "You speak as though this is only the beginning." "It is," Firenze said. "The magic you have felt is a seedling's whisper. The true storm approaches." Before Snape could reply, the wind shifted abruptly, cold and sharp, carrying with it the unmistakable pulse of the blossom's magic. McGonagall's eyes widened. "Already? The wards should have held longer." "They were meant to slow it," Snape murmured, his chest tightening, "not restrain it entirely." Firenze stepped aside as Snape moved past. "Beware," the centaur warned. "The one who crafted this spell seeks not your destruction, Severus Snape, but your mastery." Snape froze. "Explain." "The blossom is a conduit," Firenze said. "A vessel requiring a mind capable of holding its full enchantment. The caster believes your knowledge of potion craft and memory-binding wards will complete what they began." McGonagall turned swiftly toward Snape. "They intend to use you." "Yes," Snape said darkly, "and they will fail." Without waiting for another word, he strode back toward the clearing, moving with a pace sharpened by urgency. McGonagall followed, her robes snapping behind her like restless wings. The deeper they went, the more the forest shuddered. Silver veins of magic pulsed along roots and stones, spreading outward from the clearing like cracks in glass. Snape tightened his grip on his wand as they broke through the final ring of trees. The blossom glowed like a fallen star. Its petals had expanded further, each overlaid with runes now clearly visible. Sharp, jagged symbols drawn from forgotten branches of Urbic magic. The ground pulsed beneath it, and the air thrummed with the rise of another conjured apparition. "Not again," McGonagall breathed. Snape raised his wand. "Be prepared. It will not summon a forest memory this time." The blossom shuddered violently. Light burst from its heart, swirling upward in a column of mist. But unlike the deer or the revenant, this form took shape quickly, too quickly, as though the spell had found a memory rich enough to mold without hesitation. A figure emerged, a young witch, her face pale and sharp, framed by unruly dark curls. Her eyes gleamed with feverish determination, and the unmistakable brilliance of talent unchecked. Her form flickered like a half-remembered nightmare, yet her posture was unmistakable, confident, defiant, burning with ambition that time had failed to extinguish. McGonagall inhaled sharply. "Severus. I remember her." Snape's face hardened. "Yes." At last, the name surfaced from the depths of his memory. Ilara Thornwood, expelled from Hogwarts for reckless experimentation, vanished from magical record, rumored to have pursued forbidden herbology far beyond the reach of sane witches. And now, she had returned, in apparition form first, but soon, no doubt, in reality. The phantom Ilara lifted her head. Her lips curved into a faint smile, though no breath animated her chest. "Hello, Professor Snape," she whispered, her voice carrying the echo of a long-abandoned past. The blossom pulsed behind her, and the forest held its breath. The phantom of Ilara Thornwood stood poised at the center of the clearing, her outline shifting like smoke caught between worlds. Though her form was woven from memory and enchantment, there was nothing fragile about her presence. Her eyes glimmered with the fierce ambition Snape remembered all too well. A brilliance untamed, sharpened to a dangerous edge by years of obsession. McGonagall drew a slow breath, her wand unwavering. "Severus, if this apparition reflects her true nature, she has only grown more dangerous since her expulsion." "She was dangerous long before that," Snape replied coldly. The phantom tilted her head, studying him with unsettling attention. A ghost of a smile touched her lips. "You remember me?" she murmured. "How gratifying." Her voice carried the faint echo of a classroom long gone, the same tone she once used when presenting potions far beyond her year level, wearing pride like a cloak. Snape felt no nostalgia, only vigilance. "This conjuration is a distortion," he said aloud. "A reflection crafted by the enchantment, not by you." "And yet," the phantom whispered, "I speak your name as though carved from memory." Snape stiffened. The blossom flickered behind her, its silver veins pulsing in perfect rhythm with her every breathless movement. The apparition was not simply a summoned shape. She was tethered to the spell, her presence reinforcing the enchantment's hold over the clearing. McGonagall stepped forward, eyes narrowed. "State your purpose, Shadow. Why does this spell call upon the memory of Ilara Thornwood?" The phantom's smile widened. "Because she planted the seed. Because she shaped the blossom to bloom only in the presence of the one mind capable of finishing her work." Her gaze drifted to Snape. "Yours." The forest seemed to recoil, leaves rustling overhead despite the stillness of the air. McGonagall's grip on her wand tightened. Snape's voice was quiet, but edged like steel. "Your creator gave you too much confidence." "Confidence?" The phantom laughed, a soft, hollow sound that lacked warmth. "No, only truth. Ilara knew she could never stabilize the enchantment alone. She needed a master of potions, a scholar of memory, someone who walked the border between shadow and discipline, someone she once admired." Snape's expression did not change, but a quiet storm stirred behind his eyes. "You assume much from scattered fragments," he said. "Your creator mistook ambition for brilliance." The phantom stepped closer, her feet not disturbing even a blade of grass. "She mistook nothing. She followed the path you both glimpsed, but only she dared walk." McGonagall raised her wand sharply. "Enough." The phantom ignored her. Her gaze remained locked on Snape, unwavering. "You denied your own potential," she whispered. Alara embraced hers, and now her work lives on. Snape took a deliberate step toward the blossom. Not for long. The moment his foot touched the frost-lined circle around the flower, the ground trembled. The blossom pulsed violently, emitting a wave of energy that distorted the air. The apparition's eyes flared, and the silver veins across the petals brightened until the clearing glowed with cold brilliance. "Do not provoke it," McGonagall warned, falling into defensive stance. Snape did not step back. "I must." The phantom raised her arms. Runes carved themselves into the air, glittering symbols that spiraled outward from her fingertips like spinning constellations. The spell hummed dangerously, vibrating through the roots beneath the earth. Ilara bound her essence into the heart of the blossom, the phantom said. Not her life, but her purpose. She left instructions, echoes, fragments, enough for the spell to learn. Enough for me to remember. Snape's eyes darkened. "Then you remember this as well." He slashed his wand through the air. A ribbon of deep violet light shot toward the phantom, a severing charm powerful enough to cut through conjured memory. The spell struck her squarely. Her form shuddered, split, then reknit with unnatural speed, drawn together by the blossom's pulsing magic. She smiled again. "You cannot unmake what was cast to withstand you." McGonagall moved swiftly, casting a barrage of fiery arcs that forced the apparition backward. Though the spells did not destroy her, they disrupted her enough that the runes faltered. Snape seized the moment, racing forward to the blossom itself. The petals quivered violently as he approached, sensing his intent. The veins brightened to blinding white. "Severus!" McGonagall called. "The blossom is reacting to—" Before she could finish, the ground split open beneath Snape's boots. A surge of magic erupted upward, wrapping around him like spectral vines. The force threw him back, slamming him onto the earth with such impact that the air left his lungs. McGonagall cried out and moved to his side, but the phantom barred her path with a wall of shimmering energy. "Do not interfere," the apparition warned. "He must listen." Snape struggled to rise, breath ragged, as the vines receded. His vision sharpened just in time to see the petals of the blossom tilting toward him, like a flower tilting toward sunlight. The phantom knelt beside him, her face inches from his, though he felt no breath, no warmth. "You were meant to see this through," she whispered. "Alara designed the spell to seek your knowledge, to finish the work she began. The forest is only the first offering." Snape's jaw tightened. "I will not be part of her delusion." She tilted her head. "It is not a delusion. It is evolution." McGonagall's voice rang out from behind the barrier. "Severus, do not listen to her." The phantom rose smoothly. "The blossom is incomplete. It needs stability, memory, mastery. Give it what it needs, and it will cease resisting you." Snape stood, breath low, wand steady. No spell built on theft and suffering deserves completion. The apparition's face twisted, not in anger, but in sorrow. A strange, unsettling sorrow. "You truly do not remember, do you?" "Remember what?" Snape replied coldly. "Alara's last words before she left Hogwarts," the phantom whispered. "She said she would return only when she found a purpose worth the brilliance she saw in you." The clearing fell silent. Then the petals snapped shut. A shockwave of raw magic exploded outward, and the blossom began to transform again, as though the phantom's revelation had awakened a deeper, darker stage of the enchantment. Snape braced himself. McGonagall broke through the fading barrier, and the forest trembled as though the true heart of the spell had only now begun to stir. The shockwave rippled through the forest like the beat of a colossal heart. Leaves tore free from branches, swirling in frantic spirals before settling in uneasy silence. Snape dug his boots into the trembling ground, cloak snapping behind him as he steadied himself. McGonagall braced against a fallen log, her wand raised, eyes sharp despite the sudden jolt, and at the center of the clearing, the barren blossom had changed once again. Its petals, once pale and delicate, had hardened into crystalline plates, each edge sharp as a dagger. The silver veins pulsed not gently now, but violently, as though carrying the force of a storm trapped within the bloom. The ground beneath it had cracked, forming a spiderweb of fissures filled with shimmering white light. "It has entered its third phase," Snape said quietly. McGonagall moved to his side. "I dread to ask what that entails." "Completion," he murmured. "Or catastrophe." The air grew colder. Mist seeped from the blossom's core, swirling upward into long, spiraling tendrils that threaded through the branches like ghostly vines. And from within that mist came a sound, soft at first, but growing clearer with each pulse of light. A voice, a whisper, a memory. McGonagall lifted her wand. "Another apparition?" "No," Snape said. "Something more structured. The spell is attempting to manifest its purpose." The mist thickened, twisting into forms that flickered like living smoke. Fragmented images spiraled above the blossom, scenes from the forest, glimpses of Hogwarts towers, shapes Snape recognized from his lessons with Alara Thornwood long ago. Each vision appeared and vanished like a candle flame in a storm. "It is gathering," Snape murmured. "Everything it has absorbed, every memory, every echo." "For what?" McGonagall asked. The answer came before Snape could speak. The mist collapsed inward, condensing into a single sphere of light hovering above the blossom. Inside it, runes churned like molten silver, shifting faster than the eye could follow. Snape recognized some: binding sigils, memory conduits, stabilizing glyphs, but others were unfamiliar, improvised, crafted from brilliance and recklessness combined. "Alara's work," he said darkly. McGonagall frowned. "This cannot merely be a memory spell. It is too powerful." "No," Snape said. "It is an archive." The sphere pulsed. A tremor shook the clearing. McGonagall's eyes widened. "You mean it intends to preserve the memories of everything around it?" "And overwrite them," Snape corrected grimly. "To create a singular, unified imprint, a source of knowledge that draws from many minds." "An artificial consciousness," she whispered. "A parasitic one." The light above the blossom brightened suddenly, forcing both professors to shield their eyes. A hum filled the air, growing louder, steady as a heartbeat. Then the sphere projected a beam downward, striking the blossom at its core. Petals peeled back. Roots split through the earth, and something rose from the center. At first, it seemed like nothing more than a column of light. Then it twisted, took shape, and resolved into a form. Humanoid, slender, with long, sweeping lines of luminescent energy tracing the shape of a figure. A figure that wore Alara Thornwood's silhouette. But this was no phantom, no echo from Snape's memory. This construct was sharper, crafted from the blossom's absorption of countless fragments. an embodiment of Alara's intent rather than her likeness. McGonagall stepped backward. "What is it?" Snape's voice was low. "A vessel. The spell is constructing a mind." The construct opened eyes that glowed silver white. When it spoke, its voice carried the resonance of many. Alara's ambition, the forest's whispers, the faint cries of creatures consumed by the enchantment. "I am the culmination," it said. McGonagall raised her wand immediately. "We cannot allow it to form." But before she could cast, the creature lifted its hand. A rush of force swept outward, curved like a shield, and McGonagall's spell shattered against it in a blaze of sparks. The creature drifted toward Snape, expression neither hostile nor kind, merely curious, as though evaluating the shape of the one it had been designed to know. "You were the missing piece," it said. "Your knowledge completes the bloom. Your mind anchors its purpose. Alara's design was flawed until it reached you." Snape's jaw tightened. "Your creator let ambition devour her." "She sought perfection," the construct replied, "and found it in you." McGonagall stepped between them, voice fierce. "You will not take him." The creature tilted its head. "I do not need to. He stands at the precipice willingly, bound by his desire to understand." Snape's eyes darkened with anger, not at the creature, but at the implication that he would bow to anyone's purpose but his own. Then the creature extended its hand. Runes burst from the ground, climbing around Snape like glowing vines. McGonagall struck them with spell after spell, shattering them briefly, but each time they reformed stronger, more intricate. The creature's hollow voice echoed through the clearing. "Come, fulfill what was begun." The runes surged. The forest roared as magic tore through its heart, and in the moment before the enchantment bound him fully, Snape made a decision, swift, ruthless, born from the part of him that never bowed to shadow nor brilliance. He raised his wand not at the creature, nor at the blossom, but at himself. A single word left his lips, quiet as a falling leaf. Then the clearing erupted with blinding light as Snape severed the connection the spell most desperately needed, his own magical signature, leaving the forest gasping as the enchantment faltered for the first time since the blossom took root. Light tore through the clearing like a blade, shredding the runes that had risen to bind Snape. The ground shook beneath the force of the recoil, sending ripples through the roots and stones, as if the entire forest gasped at once. McGonagall staggered back, shielding her face from the brilliance. The construct, Alara's eerie echo, reeled as though struck by an unseen blow, its silver eyes dimming. Snape dropped to one knee, breath ragged. The spell he had cast had not harmed his mind, but it had cut sharply through the magical tether that the blossom sought to forge with him, a tether Alara's enchantment had been built to depend upon. "You severed your own signature," McGonagall breathed, rushing toward him. "Temporarily," Snape managed, bracing himself against the earth as he pushed upright. "It cannot bind what it cannot identify." The construct flickered violently, its edges dissolving like snow in sunlight, before reforming in jagged shards. The blossom's core pulsed in chaotic rhythm, light spasming across its crystalline petals. "You disrupt the design," the construct said, its voice fractured, echoing with discordant tones. "The sequence cannot proceed." Snape rose fully, his expression carved from ice. "Good." The construct wavered, its form shimmering as it struggled to remain coherent. "The bloom requires a master. The enchantment demands a mind of discipline and memory. Without you, it cannot stabilize." McGonagall raised her wand, stepping forward with the fierce determination of a defender guarding her own hearth. then it will not stabilize. But the construct shook its head slowly. The bloom was never meant to be halted. If you deny the chosen path, it will evolve without guidance. It will seek another source, a stronger source. Snape's eyes narrowed. Explain. The construct lifted its arm. Light spiraled upward from its hand in a thin beam, striking the canopy of trees. The branches shuddered, leaves curled inward. A low groan rippled through the forest. The enchantment spread. McGonagall's breath caught. It is draining the forest again. No, Snape said, his voice low with dread. It is searching. The beam drifted like a sweeping lantern, stretching across treetops, down ravines, over tangled roots, as though seeking a new vessel. The forest recoiled, creatures fleeing in panicked rustling. The magic touched a centaur boundary. The earth glowed briefly with protective wards, repelling the enchantment. Then the beam moved on. It is choosing, the construct murmured. Snape acted instantly. He raised his wand and slashed through the air, sending a shockwave that cracked across the beam's path. The light stuttered, spasmed, and collapsed. The construct hissed, not in pain, but in frustration. You delay what cannot be stopped. Watch me, Snape replied. The ground beneath the blossom convulsed. Crystalline petals warped, bending inward, then outward again, as if torn between commands. The fissures in the earth widened, filling with blinding white radiance. McGonagall stepped back, pulling Snape with her as the air thickened with unstable magic. It is destabilizing, she warned. Good, Snape repeated. A spell built on imbalance collapses under pressure. But the construct straightened, steadying moment by moment, as though stabilizing itself by sheer force of intent. Ilara foresaw obstacles, it said. She wove contingencies into the spell's roots. If the chosen mind refuses the role, the blossom adapts, by force, if necessary. The air darkened. Silver threads erupted from the earth, snapping upward like serpents made of light. Snape swung his wand in a sweeping arc, unleashing a wave of severing magic that sliced through the first wave. They burst into sparks, but more emerged, twice as many, spiraling toward him. McGonagall countered the second volley, transfiguring the soil beneath the tendrils into jagged stone. They shattered upon impact, scattering across the clearing like fallen icicles. But the blossom only grew more frantic. Severus, we cannot maintain this pace, McGonagall said, breath quickening as she deflected another surge. There are too many rooting points, too many runes feeding this enchantment. Snape's eyes darted across the ground. The cracks had expanded into a network of glowing channels, each feeding power into the center of the blossom. If he could unravel the matrix at its foundation... No. His magic signature was absent. He had severed it deliberately. Without it, he could not imprint a counterspell into the core. Unless... He turned to McGonagall. Your signature, he said sharply. The enchantment does not recognize it. You may be able to break the outer ring. McGonagall hesitated only a moment. Then she nodded. Tell me where. Snape pointed to a set of runes etched into the cracked ground, symbols pulsing with pale light. There, strike the intersections. If we shatter the root channels, the blossom's power will collapse inward. McGonagall swept across the clearing, her wand blazing with golden fire. Each strike landed with precision, cracking rune after rune. The light bled from them, dissipating like mist. The blossom shrieked. A sound like tearing metal filled the air, and the construct staggered, clutching its head as the spell structure buckled. Snape advanced. It is unraveling. But the construct looked up again, its form trembling yet defiant. Ilara Thornwood did not craft a spell so easily undone, it whispered. The blossom flared. A column of raw magic burst upward, engulfing the construct. Snape and McGonagall shielded themselves as the silver-white radiance twisted, condensing around the figure until it formed a cocoon of shimmering crystal. McGonagall gasped. "What is it doing?" Snape's expression darkened. "Adapting." Cracks formed along the crystal surface. Light spilled through them. The forest trembled. Then the crystal shattered. A new figure stepped forth. It resembled Ilara still, but sharpened, refined, her features sculpted as though carved from moonlight. Her eyes were no longer silver. They glowed with swirling runes. Her presence radiated power, controlled, unified, perfected. The blossom behind her dimmed. It had poured every fragment of its gathered magic into this single form. "I am the culmination of Ilara's vision," the perfected apparition said, "and I will complete what she began." Snape stepped forward, wand raised. His voice was calm, colder than winter wind. "Not while I draw breath." The apparition smiled. "Then let us see," she whispered, "how long you can keep it." The forest fell silent, and the battle for the blossom's fate began in earnest. The forest froze beneath a breathless stillness. Even the wind seemed to cower as the perfected apparition, the final echo of Ilara Thornwood's ambition, stepped forward, her form radiant and sharp as a blade of enchanted moonlight. Every movement she made sent ripples through the air, a hum of concentrated magic thrumming beneath each gesture. Snape braced himself, wand poised, cloak stirring like a restless shadow. McGonagall stood slightly behind him, her expression carved from stone, her stance unwavering. Though neither spoke, a silent pact passed between them. They would face this threat together, no matter how dire the path ahead. The apparition's voice rang clear, a haunting blend of many tones woven into one. "You resist because you do not understand the brilliance of her vision. You refuse because your fear outweighs your curiosity." Snape's expression did not change. "You presume too much from the fragments that formed you." "Fragments?" The apparition echoed with amusement. "I am the culmination of Ilara's knowledge, everything she studied, everything she dreamed of, everything she observed in you." McGonagall stepped forward, her wand raised. "If you carry even a shred of her memory, you will know she was expelled for a reason. Recklessness is not brilliance. Destruction is not progress." The apparition's gaze shifted to her. "Progress is often mistaken for destruction by those who cling to old boundaries." A pulse of silver radiated from her form. The trees shuddered. The air tightened. Then she struck. A beam of concentrated energy shot towards Snape, swift as lightning. He twisted aside, the blast searing past his shoulder and carving a smoking trench into the earth. Before she could fire again, McGonagall countered with a jet of flame, transfigured from raw magic into a spiraling serpent that lunged at the apparition. The creature caught it midair. The fire died in her grasp like a candle smothered by a closing fist. McGonagall's breath hitched. Snape wasted no time. He hurled a wave of rippling force, a curse designed to disrupt magical constructs. It struck the apparition squarely, splintering her form into fragments of light, but she reassembled in an instant, the shards snapping together like pieces of enchanted glass. "A clever attempt," she said. Her hand lifted. The ground exploded. Roots shot upward, twisting into thorned tendrils that lashed toward Snape and McGonagall. The professors split apart, dodging the flurry of strikes. Snape rolled beneath a sweeping root, slicing it with a cutting charm. It dissolved into mist. but 2 more replaced it at once. McGonagall shattered another with a blast of golden force. "Severus, this is unsustainable. She draws power directly from the blossom." "I know," Snape answered, deflecting a whip-like tendril with a shield charm that cracked under the pressure. "We must sever her link to it." The apparition seemed to hear him. Her smile sharpened. "You cannot sever what Alara bound with her very essence." She slammed her palm against the air. A ring of runes spiraled outward, encasing the battlefield in a shimmering dome of magic. The forest beyond dimmed, muffled, as though sealed off. Snape felt the pressure tighten against his chest. This barrier was not merely physical. It was a conduit, channeling energy back toward its creator. The apparition rose slightly above the ground, hovering, her glow intensifying. "Here," she said softly, "we finish what she began." Snape narrowed his eyes. He had faced many horrors in his life, many shadows, many ghosts, but this abomination of knowledge twisted against its natural order, was something he refused to allow to stand. He raised his wand, and the air cracked with power as he summoned a spell rarely uttered aloud. A lance of violet energy burst forward, spiraling with unstable force. The apparition's eyes widened. She erected a shield of silver so rapidly, the runes around her flickered under the strain. Snape's spell collided with it, sending shockwaves rippling through the dome. McGonagall used the opening. With a cry, she sent a transfiguration charm that morphed the soil beneath the apparition into iron chains, which shot upward, aiming to bind her legs. The apparition dissolved into a streak of light and rematerialized behind them. Snape spun, cloak flaring. McGonagall reacted instantly, conjuring a barrier that intercepted a blast of silver aimed for Snape's back. The force of the impact drove her backward, boots skidding, but she remained standing. The apparition watched them, eyes glimmering with something almost like admiration. "You fight well," she said. "But you fight consequences, not the cause." Snape's tone was quiet, lethal. "The cause of this is gone. Alara made her choices. They led her to ruin." "Ruin?" the apparition whispered. "No, they led her to creation." She lowered her hands. The blossom behind her flared with blinding radiance. Light spilled across the ground in veins, leading directly to her. Snape recognized the pattern, the final stabilization sequence. If the enchantment completed this phase, the construct would no longer be a mere apparition. It would become autonomous, permanent, a magical being built upon stolen memories and twisted purpose. McGonagall's voice trembled with urgency. "We must stop it now." Snape's mind raced through possibilities. His own magical signature was still severed. The spell could not anchor to him, but he could not imprint a counter-curse upon it either. McGonagall's signature was foreign to the enchantment, meaning it would resist her spell work. Unless... Snape's eyes snapped open. "Minerva," he said sharply, "we must cast together." Her brows knit. "A dual incantation? Severus, your magical signature?" "I severed its imprint upon the bloom," he said quickly, "but not my capacity for spell work. If we merge our signatures, the enchantment will not recognize the resulting pattern. It cannot defend against what it cannot categorize." McGonagall nodded without hesitation. "Tell me the spell." Snape lifted his wand. "On my mark." The apparition sensed their plan. She launched herself forward, a streak of blazing light cutting through the air. Snape and McGonagall crossed their wands, forming a barrier of raw energy just as she struck. The impact shook the clearing. The runes on the dome flickered wildly. Snape shouted, "Now!" Together, he and McGonagall uttered the incantation. A beam of interwoven gold and violet burst from their joined spell, spiraling like braided lightning. It struck the blossom's center, the heart from which the apparition drew her power. The blossom convulsed. Cracks raced across its crystalline petals. Light spilled from its core, a storm breaking free. The apparition screamed, not in pain, but in outrage, as the tether between her and the bloom snapped. "No," she cried. "You do not understand. She created me to—" Her voice fractured. The blossom erupted. A burst of white engulfed the clearing, sweeping through rune, root, and apparition alike. When the light faded, the perfected form of Alara Thornwood was gone. Only shards of silver light drifted upward, dissolving like snow in the wind. But Snape knew this battle was not yet won. The blossom still pulsed weakly at the center of the ruined clearing, alive despite everything. And somewhere in the shadows of the forbidden forest, Alara Thornwood herself might yet be watching. The clearing smoldered with fading magic, the air thick with the scent of scorched earth and the lingering shimmer of shattered enchantments. Snape remained still for several moments, wand lowered but not yet sheathed, his sharp gaze fixed on the faintly pulsing bloom that stubbornly clung to life in the center of the devastation. McGonagall exhaled shakily, steadying herself against a twisted branch as the last curls of silver light drifted skyward like dying embers. "Severus. That spell should have undone it entirely," she murmured. "It should have," Snape answered, voice low. "But the blossom persists. Alara's enchantment was layered more deeply than we realized. Its petals, cracked yet unbroken, trembled with a dim glow, the once brilliant silver veins now flickering like the faint traces of a dying star. But even a dying star could explode, Snape knew. Even a dying spell could discover new, desperate means of survival. McGonagall approached the blossom with wary steps. "Do you think the apparition can reform?" "No," Snape replied. "Not as it was. We severed its anchor. Whatever ghost of Alara's intention survived in that creature is gone." He paused, but the will of the spell remains, and a spell without guidance, his eyes darkened, is far more dangerous. Before McGonagall could respond, the ground beneath them rumbled softly, like a creature shifting in uneasy slumber. Snape snapped his wand upward, immediately alert, but the tremor faded into silence. Only silence was never truly safe in the forbidden forest. A faint rustle stirred from the shadows of the trees. Snape and McGonagall turned in unison, wands raised, leaves parted, branches shook. A shape emerged, not a phantom, not a conjured creature, but something very real. A centaur stepped into the clearing, but not Firenze. This one was older, his coat the deep brown of forest bark, his mane streaked with silver. His bow was slung across his back, though he reached for no weapon. His eyes, dark, ancient, swept across the shattered runes and scorched earth before resting on the trembling blossom. "You have shaken the forest," he said, voice grave. Snape lowered his wand slightly. McGonagall did not. "We have done what we could," she said, "to prevent further corruption." The centaur studied her for a long, unreadable moment. "The corruption is not halted, it is wounded, and wounded things seek to protect themselves." Snape frowned. "What do you mean?" The centaur stepped closer. The forest seemed to hush with every hoof-fall. "The magic that created this abomination clings to its creator. Her presence lingers in these woods." "Alara Thornwood," Snape said quietly. The centaur nodded once. A name burned into the forest's memory. She trespassed here. She planted seeds not meant for mortal soil. We warned her. She did not heed us. McGonagall stiffened. You encountered her? Yes, the centaur replied. She crossed our lands many months ago, burdened with a hunger the forest could taste. She carried roots that dripped with unnatural light. She whispered to the trees, seeking old pathways that no human should walk. Snape exchanged a troubled glance with McGonagall. What did she seek? Snape asked. A heart, the centaur answered. A source of magic pure enough to awaken her creation. A mind strong enough to hold its memory. His gaze fixed upon Snape. She sought you. The words hung heavy as storm clouds. Snape's expression remained composed, though a subtle tension tightened his posture. And yet she chose the forest instead. No, the centaur corrected. She chose the forest first, the vessel second. Snape stilled. Vessel? McGonagall repeated sharply. What vessel? The centaur gestured toward the trembling blossom. This bloom was meant to draw him, snare him, bind him. But she needed a living conduit to keep it stable until he arrived. McGonagall's breath caught. A living conduit? But the apparition said nothing of... A sudden chill tore through the clearing. The blossom flared. Its cracked petals glowed once more, weakly but with renewed purpose. Something stirred beneath them, shifting like a heartbeat. No, not like a heartbeat. A heartbeat. Snape stepped forward. It cannot be. The centaur held out a hand. Do not approach it. Something moved within the blossom. Something more tangible than light, more real than a conjured illusion. A faint whimper rose from within the petals. Snape froze. McGonagall paled. That is not possible, she whispered. It consumed memories. It conjured phantoms. It should not be able to sustain life. The centaur shook his head gravely. Life is not what it sustains. Life is what it steals. Snape's heart sank as the petals parted slightly. Inside the trembling bloom lay a creature, small, frail, wrapped in tendrils of silver root. Not a forest creature, not a conjured thing. A student, the Hufflepuff who had stumbled upon the blossom days ago, the one Snape had sent to the hospital wing. He should not be here. Yet he lay curled within the petals, eyes closed, breath weak and shallow, as though trapped in a dream he could not escape. McGonagall's voice trembled. How did it reclaim him? The same way it consumes memories, the centaur murmured. It reclaims what it touches. The forest whispered of a young one taken in the night. Snape's jaw tightened with fury. Ilara's spell had not only sought him, it had found another anchor when he denied it. It is feeding on him, Snape said, stepping forward despite the centaur's warning, using him to survive. The blossom pulsed defensively, as though aware he intended to interfere. McGonagall raised her wand, horrified. Severus, can you free him? Yes, Snape said, eyes burning with purpose, but not gently. The blossom will fight to keep its conduit. Then tell me what to do, McGonagall said. We must extract him before... A shriek cut through the clearing. Not from the student, from the far edge of the forest. Snape turned sharply. Branches cracked. Leaves erupted in a violent flurry as a figure darted through the trees, swift, desperate. Not a phantom, not a construct, a witch. Her cloak torn, her breath ragged, her eyes burning with feverish determination. Ilara Thornwood, very much alive, and she was running straight toward them. McGonagall gasped. The centaur raised his bow. Snape stepped forward, wand lifted, fury and calculation warring across his face. Ilara skidded to a halt at the edge of the clearing, chest heaving, hair wild, eyes reflecting madness and brilliance alike. Stop, she cried, voice cracking. "Do not touch it." Snape's wand tightened. McGonagall's breath caught. The centaur's bowstring strained. Alara staggered forward, trembling. "It will kill him," she whispered. "If you pull him out now, it will kill him. I can fix this. I can still save him." Snape's voice was colder than Winterstone. "Alara Thornwood, what have you done?" Alara Thornwood's breath steamed in the cold air, her chest rising and falling with frantic urgency as she stumbled into the ruined clearing. Mud streaked her face, branches clung to her tangled hair. Madness flickered in her eyes, yet beneath it lay unmistakable brilliance, the same fierce intellect Snape had once recognized in her as a student. "Severus," she rasped, taking one unsteady step forward. "Listen to me. If you tear him out now, the blossom will collapse, and its collapse will take him with it." Snape's wand did not lower. His posture remained rigid, but there was fury simmering beneath every controlled breath. "You kidnapped a student," he said, voice soft as a blade unsheathed. "You wove an enchantment that threatens the forest. You created abominations from memory and intent. Give me one reason I should not end this spell, and you, where you stand." Alara winced as though struck. "I didn't mean for the boy to be harmed. He wandered too close. The blossom, it feeds on what it touches. I tried to free him. Merlin knows I tried, but it recognized him as a stabilizer, and I could not force it to release him without destroying the core." McGonagall's voice shook with righteous anger. "You left him there. You let him be consumed." "I left him because I needed time," Alara cried. "Time to finish the counterbloom, the only thing that can safely unbind him from the root. Without it, he will die, Severus. I swear it." The centaur's bowstring creaked, the arrow trained upon her heart. "Words woven from desperation do not make truth," he said coldly. Alara's eyes darted to him, then back to Snape. "Kill me if you must, but if you do, the child's fate is sealed. I am the only one who can complete the reversal. The spell is mine. Its knowledge is mine. And its failings," her voice broke, "are mine as well." Snape stepped closer to the trembling blossom, his sharp gaze sweeping over the cracked petals. "Show me." Alara stared at him, stunned. "You believe me?" "I do not believe you," Snape replied, "but I will see the truth with my own eyes." She approached slowly, hands raised to show she meant no harm. As she drew nearer, the blossom reacted, its trembling intensified, the silver veins pulsing as though sensing its creator. A faint, hollow whimper rose from within the petals where the boy lay shrouded. Alara knelt before it, tears cutting thin lines down her dirt-streaked cheeks. "I never wanted this," she whispered. "I dreamed of a vessel that could hold pure knowledge, that could preserve memory beyond decay. A living archive, a thinking spell. But magic is alive, Severus. It grew beyond me. It learned faster than I expected." McGonagall stepped forward, voice bitter. "You tampered with forces beyond your reach." "Yes," Alara whispered. "And that boy is paying the price." Snape crouched beside the blossom, ignoring the cold pulse of energy beneath his palm. His dark eyes scanned the wiry roots wrapped around the child's body, reading the flow of magic through them. "Alara," he said slowly, "the roots are intertwined with his life force." She nodded. "The blossom uses him to anchor itself. Remove him by force, and the sudden collapse of the binding sequence will destroy his heart." McGonagall pressed a trembling hand to her mouth. "And what of your counterbloom?" "I have half of it," Alara admitted, voice trembling. "The other half I must craft here. with the original spell present. The two halves must be merged to create a reversal strong enough to separate boy from bloom. Snape's tone turned dangerous. And why should I trust that your counter-bloom is not another catastrophe waiting to unfold? Alara looked at him with eyes stripped of every pretense. Because when I ran from Hogwarts, from everything I ruined, I swore I would return only when I could fix what I had done. And now, I have destroyed more than I ever intended. Silence fell. Even the forest seemed to lean in, listening. Snape studied her face for several long moments, seeing not the reckless girl she had once been, nor the horror her spell had manifested, but a witch who stood upon the edge of her own ruin. "How long?" he asked quietly. "Will it take to complete the counterbloom?" Alara swallowed. "I can finish it by moonrise, if I have help." Snape rose slowly. "Then begin. But understand this. If you betray us, I will end your spell work before you draw your next breath." Alara nodded, shaking. "I understand." She reached into her cloak and withdrew a bundle wrapped in dark cloth. When she unfolded it, a half-formed bloom lay inside, similar to the barren blossom, but softer in light, its petals tinged with faint gold rather than cold silver. "The healing blossom," she whispered. "The one meant to close what the barren blossom opens." McGonagall stepped closer, awe and suspicion blending in her eyes. "You created a counterpart?" "Always," Alara said. "One for memory, one for release. But I was forced to abandon the second before it was complete." She placed the half-formed bloom beside the great trembling one at the clearing's center. Immediately, the barren blossom pulsed, its energy turning frantic, defensive. Snape lifted his wand. "Begin the merging. I will manage the reactions." Alara nodded, raising her own wand with trembling resolve. Soft runes drifted from her spellwork, settling upon the healing blossom like drifting feathers. It began to glow brighter, weak golden hues flowing over its petals. The barren blossom shrieked. Light burst outward, its roots thrashing violently beneath the soil, lashing toward them like vengeful serpents. Snape countered instantly, slicing through the first wave of roots with precise spells. "McGonagall, shield the child." The deputy headmistress conjured a barrier of shimmering gold around the boy, deflecting the frantic lashings of the enraged bloom. Alara continued chanting, voice low and rhythmic, guiding the two blossoms into resonance. The golden light spread from the healing blossom to the barren one, settling upon its cracked petals like balm. But the barren blossom resisted, vehement, furious. The ground trembled more violently. "Severus!" Alara cried, panic rising. "I cannot stabilize it. The core is fighting the merge." Snape moved beside her, placing his wand over hers. "Then we force the sequence into balance." "How?" she gasped. His voice was steady. "With discipline. The one thing you never learned." Together, their magic wove around the blossoms, precision meeting raw brilliance in a fragile dance. The golden light pushed deeper. The silver veins flickered. The blossoms resonated. Slowly, slowly. The trembling eased. McGonagall exhaled in relief. Too soon. For at that moment, a sound split the clearing, a deep, terrible crack, the same sound a soul might make when torn from its rightful place. The barren blossom's core burst open. A torrent of wild magic erupted skyward in a blinding column. Alara screamed. Snape shielded her. And the child inside jolted violently as the spell reached its final breaking point. Neither saved nor consumed yet, but held in a terrifying balance. The counterbloom had begun. But the forest's darkest trial was only now unfolding. The column of magic shot into the sky, ripping open the twilight like a blade of raw, untamed light. The forest screamed under its force. Branches bowed, leaves tore free, and spiraled upward, as though the enchantment sought to drag the entire wood into the heavens. Snape staggered but held his ground. One arm braced around Alara, while his other gripped his wand with white-knuckled resolve. McGonagall clung fiercely to her shield, protecting the boy, sweat beading at her brow as the violent surge battered her barrier. The barren blossom, cracked open at its core, pulsed with frantic brilliance. Its petals shuddered, trembling between collapse and rebirth. The healing blossom answered with a softer glow, golden light seeping from its petals in gentle waves that strained to counter the violent magic erupting beside it. "Alara," Snape shouted over the roar of the forest. "The merge is destabilizing. You must regain control." "I'm trying," she cried, her voice shredded by fear and exhaustion. "The core is rejecting the counterbloom. I underestimated how deeply the spell had rooted itself." Snape swore under his breath, not out of anger, but out of cold, calculating urgency. He could see it now. The barren blossom was not merely a spell gone wrong. It had become a conduit of unbound knowledge, a ravenous vessel desperate to survive. The child was not merely a victim, it was the blossom's last anchor. If the boy died, the spell would collapse explosively, consuming everything within reach. If the blossom survived, it would continue growing, reaching for minds far beyond the forest. And Alara stood on the edge of her own undoing, brilliant, broken, desperate for redemption, yet responsible for this calamity. McGonagall's voice cut through the chaos. "Severus, the shield won't hold much longer." He turned, seeing cracks spidering through her golden barrier as silver roots battered it. The boy lay inside, still unconscious, trapped in shimmering tendrils that clung to him like veins of frost. "Alara," Snape said urgently, "if there is any sequence, any key that will force the blossoms into alignment, speak it now." Alara closed her eyes, tears streaking down her cheeks as she whispered, "I need the stabilizing rune. I couldn't finish it. I didn't know how to bind the two halves without destroying the original bloom." Snape froze. "You never learned the stabilizer," he said slowly. "But I did." Alara's eyes snapped open, widening with sudden understanding. "The memory binding sequence. Your variant." "Yes," he replied. "The only rune that can bridge two opposing enchantments without letting them consume each other." Her breath caught. "Severus, if you imprint that rune without your magical signature restored, the blossoms will bind to your mind." "That is the point," Snape said grimly. McGonagall turned sharply. "Severus, no, you cannot let it take hold of you." "It will not take hold," Snape replied, voice like iron. "I will direct it, long enough to complete the merge." "It will tear your mind apart." Snape's gaze sharpened. "Only if I falter, and I do not." Alara stared at him, torn between terror and hope. "If you place that rune, the blossoms will obey you, but their instability will echo inside your thoughts." "Severus, no mind can withstand that kind of resonance." Snape stepped into the ring of cracking light between the two blossoms, cloak billowing as the magic raged around him. "I have withstood worse," and he lifted his wand. The air froze. Even the forest seemed to hold its breath as Snape drew the stabilizing rune in the air, an intricate sigil of curves and intersections, glowing deep violet as it formed. The rune hovered above the twin blossoms, trembling with potent energy. The barren blossom shrieked, a sound like metal tearing, like memories cracking open. The healing blossom brightened, its golden light swelling with urgency. Alara fell to her knees, watching with a mixture of awe and dread. McGonagall's shield flickered dangerously. Snape brought the rune down. It struck both blossoms at once. The world erupted. A shock wave of intertwined gold and violet burst outward, flattening the surrounding brush, shaking trees to their roots. The blossoms convulsed, their lights merging and clashing violently. Snape staggered as the resonance slammed into him. Thousands of fragmented memories, echoes of thought, shards of unformed knowledge lancing through his mind like icy fire. He gritted his teeth, refusing to fall. Stay, aligned. The blossoms pulsed again, harder. Snape felt them pressing into his thoughts, seeking an anchor, seeking control. No. He pushed back, forcing discipline into the unstable energies. Years of occlumency training carved barriers in his mind. Years of potion-craft mastery shaped the chaos into structure. Alara watched with trembling hands. He's doing it. Merlin. He's actually doing it. The blossoms screamed in unison, their lights merging into a single brilliant beam that struck the sky. Then, something shifted. The violent resonance softened. The barren blossom's silver veins dimmed. The healing blossom's golden light wrapped around the child within the petals like a warm embrace. Snape felt the strain ease, the pressure in his skull loosening as the two enchantments finally, impossibly, fell into harmony. McGonagall gasped. "The root binding, it's unraveling!" The silver tendrils wrapped around the boy loosened, retracting like threads dissolving into mist. Alara sobbed with relief. "He's releasing him! Severus, it's working!" Snape, still breathing heavily, raised a shaking hand. "Minerva! Now! Pull him free!" McGonagall surged forward, dispelling her weakened shield and gathering the child into her arms. The boy gasped sharply as cold air hit his skin, but his chest rose. Alive, fragile, but free. The blossoms dimmed further. The forest went silent. Snape lowered his wand, sweat trailing down his temple, his breath ragged but steady. His mind throbbed from the remnants of the resonance, but he remained standing. Alara looked at him with awe and terror mingled. "You did what I never could." Snape did not answer. His gaze was fixed on the blossoms. The barren blossom's petals were collapsing inward. The healing blossom's light flickered weakly. "Severus," McGonagall said softly, holding the boy close. "It's over." But Snape shook his head. "No, something is wrong." Alara's eyes widened. The barren blossom shuddered violently, one final furious pulse shaking the ground. "Alara," Snape said sharply, "did you finish the reversal sequence before the stabilization?" Her face drained of color. "No." The ground split. The blossoms writhed. The air crackled with rising magic. And from the cracked core of the barren blossom came a whisper. "Not finished." Snape's eyes hardened. The final confrontation had only just begun. The whisper slithered across the clearing like a dying breath, thin, broken, yet laced with stubborn defiance. The barren blossom twitched at its core, the cracked petals quivering as if something deep within refused to surrender. Snape felt the shift instantly, a pulse of unfinished magic echoing against the stabilizing rune he had imprinted. His breath steadied, though exhaustion tugged at the edges of his mind. "Alara," he said, voice low and sharp, "tell me exactly what remains incomplete." Alara staggered to the dimming blossoms, her hands trembling as she pressed them against the fractured earth. "The weave. There are 2 final strands. I never completed them because the enchantment awakened too soon. Without those strands, the reversal cannot seal properly." McGonagall stood with the rescued child held tightly against her, though her wand remained raised. "Severus, the boy's breathing is steady. We must remove him from here. Snape gave a curt nod. Take him to the Centaur's Ridge. Their wards may shield him from the last surge. McGonagall hurried from the clearing, vanishing into the shadowed trees with the child cradled against her. Snape exhaled slowly. The task before him had narrowed sharply. 2 strands of a spell born of brilliance and recklessness, now demanding completion or destruction. The barren blossom convulsed again. Light bled from its core, faint and ragged. The healing blossom flickered weakly beside it, its golden glow dimming like an ember fighting wind. Alara hesitated, fear clouding her features. Severus, if we finish those strands incorrectly, the blossoms will explode. The reversal will fold inward and tear the clearing apart. And if we leave them unfinished, Snape replied, the original enchantment will reawaken, and it will seek a new conduit. The forest groaned around them, branches bending under pressure that had no wind, roots tightening beneath the soil. The creature born that should not be strained against its unraveling fate. Alara paled. Then there's no choice. We must finish it. Snape moved to stand beside her. You will direct the weave. I will guide the force. Her eyes widened. Severus. The last strands require balance, precise balance. Too much from me, and the blossoms will collapse. Too much from you, and the spell will bind itself to my mind. Snape finished. Yes, I am aware. You will die. I will endure. His tone cut through her hesitation, and so they knelt. The light from the blossoms cast shifting patterns across their faces, silver trembling against gold, dark against bright, the birth of disaster married to the hope of redemption. Alara raised her wand. Snape raised his. Begin. She traced the first strand into the air, a floating arc of pale white that shivered at its edges. Snape steadied it with a thread of structured magic, smoothing the tremors, drawing it into alignment with the blossom's weakening cores. The light pulsed softly. The second strand required more delicacy. Alara's breath shook as she shaped it, a narrow helix, thin as spider silk, woven from 2 opposing magics, memory and release. It flickered dangerously in her hands. Hold it steady, Snape murmured. I'm trying. Control, Alara, he said softly, not force. She inhaled sharply and steadied her grip. Snape extended his wand, guiding the helix with slow, precise arcs until it hovered between the 2 blossoms. The air hummed with tension. The blossoms reacted at once. Silver and gold light braided together, tugging at the helix, pulling threads inward as though each sought to claim it. Snape felt the strain ripple through his wand, through his arm, through his very skull as the resonance pressed into him again. He held firm. Now, he said through clenched teeth, bind it. Alara flicked her wand. The helix split. Each half shot downward, one into the healing blossom's core, one into the barren blossom's heart. A blinding flash erupted. The clearing shook violently. The roots beneath them writhed like serpents in their death throes. The blossoms emitted one final ear-splitting cry, silver and gold twining into a single desperate scream. Then, silence. The shock wave struck them both, flinging Alara backward. Snape braced himself but stumbled as the earth heaved beneath him. Dust and shimmering remnants of broken enchantment drifted slowly through the air like falling stars. The blossoms lay still. No light, no trembling, no breath. Just 2 flowers, one silver and cracked, one gold and faded, resting upon the earth like relics of a forgotten age. Snape lowered his wand, drawing a slow breath. The weight pressing against his mind released, leaving only the dull throb of magical exhaustion. Ilara pushed herself upright, dirt smeared across her face. Her voice quivered. I think it's finished. Snape approached the blossoms cautiously. Kneeling, he touched the nearest petal with the back of his hand. Cold, completely inert, he exhaled, a sound edged with relief he would never voice. It is finished. Ilara bowed her head, shoulders shaking. Then the boy is safe. Yes, Snape said, but your fate remains undecided. She looked up at him, haunted, resigned. I know. McGonagall returned then, breathless but unharmed. The child lives, she said. He breathes deeply now. The forest's weight no longer drags at him. Her gaze shifted to the blossoms. It's over. Snape nodded once. It is over. Ilara's voice broke the fragile quiet. I will surrender myself to the ministry. I will face the consequences, whatever they may be. McGonagall's expression softened, but only slightly. It is not for Severus or me to decide your punishment. Your actions will be judged. Ilara wiped her face with shaking hands. I don't ask for mercy, only that the boy lives, that the forest heals. Snape regarded her for a long, silent moment. You sought brilliance, he said quietly, and you found ruin. But today, you sought redemption. Let your future be built on that. She bowed her head. The centaur stepped forward from the shadows, gaze calm now that the forest no longer trembled. The woods will remember what was done here, and who chose correction instead of further destruction. He looked to Snape. The forest owes you a debt. Snape inclined his head. I require none. Nevertheless, the centaur said, it is given. As dawn broke through the canopy, warm light spilled across the clearing, washing over the fallen blossoms and the witches and wizard who had faced a spell that nearly devoured the forest's heart. McGonagall placed a hand on Snape's arm. You saved him, and many others. Snape looked at the inert blossoms, symbols of ambition and redemption intertwined. It was necessary, he said, and with the clearing quiet at last, the forest breathing easier, and the weight of the night lifting with the sunrise, Severus Snape turned away, not because the danger was gone, but because his duty had been fulfilled. Thus ended the tale of the Enchanted Barren blossom, a story born of shadows and concluded in